welcome to my studio. Welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to Painting Discourse. I'm happy to switch to a different painting today for a while, just for a change of scenery. Today I'll be working on that Tyrrell and Methodius fragment painting that I'm working on, which is a part of the larger piece of work that you can see actually in the behind. That's a little sketch there, but it's still there, just helping me to keep my mind focused on this large piece that I'll be starting maybe at the beginning of the year, next year, or maybe late this year. Depends on how good this is going to go. And another project that I'm starting today as well with that Slovakian national folk traditional, however you want to call it, costume or clothes. That's another thing that you can look forward to see, and how I'm going to deal with that painting, what I want to add, what's going to be left out, and all that, idea behind creating painting from the beginning to the end. So maybe for the bed painting Friday we can do bed sketches of that kind of a compositional ideas of about how do I want to approach this large painting. So it might be interesting. I'll think about that maybe if I'll have time to prepare something. So so we can really dive into that composition. I'm sorry. But I'm still not yet. I still didn't decide on what to do and how exactly to approach it. I have multiple ideas, and I didn't decide which one would be the best one. Maybe we'll do all 3 or 4 ideas that I have in my head, and then decide which one is the best. So that might be a kind of a fun project. Unfortunately, that has a deadline, so it has to be finished till a specific time. So it's going to be really time consuming. So meanwhile, I want to work a little bit on this fragment, because this is something that this is my main project, and I neglected it for a while. Well, neglected. I didn't neglect this painting. I just needed to work on something else for a little bit, because I was so consumed and I was so like focused and zeroed into little pieces of this that I kind of lost overall, that kind of hype that you want to explore and move it forward, and so on and so forth. So that's why I did something a little for myself and for my non-profit organization. So that's that. And right now I'm going to be working on this specific project for a while again, and then I'll switch it to that Slovakian traditional folk costume, for folk clothes, because they're very similar in ideas, very similar in the kind of a palette that I'm using here. And you can see the difference between palettes. This is very, how would I put this? This is subtle, way subtle. Then there's no really a harsh, kind of a vibrant colors. No, maybe except the yellow band there a little bit, but I needed to put there because I was trying to key the proper color combination or color coordination, or I don't know what's the best explanation for that. I like to place some really vibrant notes there, so I have that, I give myself the range, what my paint can do and how far I can push it and how far I want to push it. Actually, that would be probably the better way to describe it. There is a lot of work that needs to be done here, And truth to be told, I don't even know where to start when I'm looking at it right now, because I see so many. Let me just move it down a little bit, push it here so it's straight, because there's so many things that are actually working very well, and few things that are not there. Nah, I should really look into them. So yeah, but I remember the last time that I did that stream with this subject, I think I was talking about that this part, this area, this trio needs to be resolved, and I wanna put another little portrait right here, and the 3 portraits right here. So that would be probably something that I would like to work on first. And again, why would I push myself to work on that particular part of the painting? Is that, you remember in a previous stream I was talking about that circle that you're trying to draw, and you have 3/4 of that circle. It's kind of okay, kind of perfect, exactly as you want it, and then you have that last fourth, which is kind of wobbly, and you can't really hit the same point where you started. Of course, it has everything to do with the way how your muscle works and your muscle memory, of course. But philosophically, that's exactly where I am right now with this painting, with this fragment. Is that I figured out the main 2 characters. I have a supporting characters right there, but then I need to enclose that. I need to finish it so it has that, it has that proper kind of a. Let me rephrase this. I need to put those faces there so I can see the picture as a whole. Because right now, these 3 portraits here and the 4th one here, they live in my head. I know how, I have an idea about how I want to have them there, but then I'm not sure whether or not it's going to work together as a whole painting, as the whole piece compositionally, if I actually paint them there. You see, I have some charcoal drawings there, some sketches, and I'm not sure. I don't know how is it going to look. I really I don't want to say I'm worried, but I really need to put them down in order for me to see it. This is way more painterly painted painting, and this is probably the style that that I like to do. It's a little bit more, it has that careless kind of a treatment of a certain things. So, and I would like to keep it that way, because this is an experimentational painting, and this experiment is about negative space. I know that I have a lot of problems with negative space in the larger paintings, because something something like this would never be taken into consideration in a small sketch, because it would be really just a dot, right? So this is exploration of these little problems in negative space when you're trying to enlarge something into a larger scale. Because trust me, this little gap right here, take that into consideration. But with this large scale of painting, when you stretch that on the large scale of painting, suddenly the small shapes are now big separate shapes that need a treatment the same way as anything else. So it takes way more time to put these things together. And the only way how to figure it out is just to put it on the large scale. There is no other answer to that, for me especially. So if you have some other idea how to deal with it, please, you might want to even share that for all of us, because like I said, this is painting this course, that means that we're discussing different ideas here, and different thoughts, different approaches. There's no one concrete technique that I use. I always, I'm always trying to use every possible tool that is there in order to create something a little bit more substantial than just fancy portrait painting that people like to look at and people like to buy. This is more about the philosophy behind these two figures. This is more about that narrative, not only narrative in a technical sense, but narrative in the story. There's a lot of that is going on here, a lot of that I want to communicate with the viewer. So I really need to use every tool there is possible for me, and maybe on the way invent some other ways to approach certain problems, because sometimes there is a problem that need a unique solution. So yeah, that's why I do this. I also like to invite you to work alongside with me, because as you might know, I talked about this all the time. Don't watch the stream. This is not really that kind of entertainment stream that you are used to watch. This is more paint alongside with me. That means that you work on your creative projects and you are putting your time and effort into it. Just sitting in front of a screen and watching me paint, it's not going to improve your own skills. It's not going to improve your painting. And yes, you might have a knowledge about the paint and about the certain compositional ideas, but unless you develop your own unique approach to these things and your own unique solution to these problems, you won't be able to move forward with any kind of creative process that you prefer to, whether it's a painting or drawing, or I don't know, graphic design, or I don't know, sculpture. Even if you're a writer or musician, these the same ideas are applied for all of us. Just the tools are different, and the outcome it's slightly different, or it's completely different. But the principles and the ideas are still the same. So grab your pencils, pens, clay, whatever digital medium that you use. Open your softwares. Either continue on existing work that you have, that would be ideal, and if not, start a fresh one, because there is always some information that will be might be beneficial for you even in the beginning stage, even though I am further in the or deeper in the process, or further away from a beginning, but still, there are not that many revolutionary ideas every day that you can come up with to solve certain problems, which brings me to my helpers, or my studio masters, and that's Rembrandt, Caravaggio. I have Velasquez. There's Velasquez, there's Titian, Surico, Serov, Rapin, just to mention a few, because most of the questions that are unanswered in my own personal work, I try to find in the books, and if I cannot find them in the books, then when I really push myself to create some new ideas. But I have to say that I'm still whenever I'm looking at the work of Rembrandt, there's so many questions that he answered for me. So before I will exhaust his knowledge completely, there is no reason for me to reinvent the wheel if what I want to do is build upon that wheel, or use that wheel as a foundation. So I have Rembrandt here as a foundation, Caravaggio, Velasquez, Titian, Repin, Serov. So and you can choose yours. These ones are mine. I don't like to share them very much. Those of you who know me a little better, not only from the streams, but in a personal life, you guys definitely know that Rembrandt is my guy. I talk to him every day through the books. I don't want to sound crazy. I talk to. He's talking to me through the process of painting. That will be probably the best example, best explanation, because there's so many things that he tried and succeed with, and there is so many things that he tried and he failed miserably, and some of his compositions are not really that good, not really that developed, and that's what it is. Same can be applied for Michelangelo. Leonardo da Vinci is probably the best example of failed projects, because he had so many of the failed projects that we know only from the records of other people seeing him work and and failing miserably. But that's part of that exploration. So that's something that I always keep in mind when I feel. Those are the things that I always keep in mind when I feel down, when I feel unhappy with my results. It's just a natural way, that over time get better, and you will definitely progress if you stick with the certain principles and ideas, and then and using them not as a mantra that you have to do them all the time, but more as the safety net. I use all the knowledge that I have, I use. Let me rephrase that. That's again something that I should probably write down as a coherent thought, because it's floating in the head, left and right. I have a technique that I feel comfortable with. I have a preferable color palette that I feel comfortable with, and I use it as a safety net, not as my main source of creating any painting whatsoever. It's just it's the reason why I'm using it is that whenever I'm in some kind of a difficult unresolvable situation. For that moment, I think it's unresolvable. I stick with things that I know, and I always revert back to it so I can correct existing mistakes. And when I have that kind of a plain base level painting done, then I can start exploring again. And when it fails, I can again, kind of step back and do one step backwards in order to do 2 steps forward. That's the way how I approach it with these specific techniques. Rather than just using them as a way of painting, I'm using them as a way of safety net. So that would be for those of you who feel comfortable with the painting, and you feel that you are not progressing forward. This might be something to consider, and really think about it. That I am working out of a pre-existing mixtures that I like, that I'm comfortable with. I know what they're doing. I know what the outcome is going to be. And then I don't think that that's painting. I think that you have to, branch out and evolve on your own. Not that you are desperately searching for a perfect style or your own style. It's just through the experimentation and through all these mistakes that I talk about all the time, you will find what works and what doesn't for you particularly. And you can see this in Rembrandt. When you look at Rembrandt's early work, Rembrandt's early work, it is polished. It's kind of boring, and I don't want to say it's boring. It shows at that time it was it was the top of the class. It was really best of the best that you could get at that point when it comes to painting. But he was not satisfied with it. Everything was, or I don't know. No, that let me rephrase that. He was satisfied with it, and he was very happy about that results that he was getting. But I don't feel that he was fully aware of what painting could be. And then later on, because of all other outside inputs, especially his tragic life, gave him that kind of right now celebrated and famous Rembrandt style with using really limited palette, masterfully putting bold brushstrokes, creating these unapologetic portraits that nobody wanted to buy at the time because they were considered bad. And a great example, it's Homer, that is almost, it almost looks like a bad painting. But it cannot be far from truth. It's that experimentation. It's that enormous amount of his own emotions that you can really extrapolate from this painting. And if you can, maybe it's just me and I'm wrong. What else should I say? But the more I look at his paintings, the more I feel that these are not just accidental paintings. These are really feelings that he encapsulated in these paintings. And whenever I talk to some of my friends or peers or fellow artists or students for that matter, I always think of that painting at least one painting like Rembrandt in my life with such a quality would be enough for me. And he painted them how many? Hundreds. So if you're right now just sitting and watching me talk and you are not working, you are already wasting time. So that's what I was trying to get to with this prolonged introduction of what we're going to do today, is that stop watching me on the stream and start painting. That's probably the best thing that you can do. And I know that this goes against the idea of well, then why do you have the stream? The stream is here for you to have it as that something to refer to, some other person that probably struggle the same way that you do with your art. So you're not alone in this. I am doing it. I have been doing it since 2013, so it's 12 perhaps. So it is a decade, and it's still not even close to the quality of Rembrandt. And I already put hundreds, thousands of hours into this. So if you think that painting is waking up afternoon, sketching for 2 to 5 minutes, and then selling these sketches for hundreds and thousands of dollars, it's probably not the right way to think about painting, because it's not that easy. I spend a lot of time, and you can see me here in the studio all the time, going back and forth, thinking, rethinking, painting, repainting, adding, subtracting, scraping, sanding, applying paint thickly, then waiting while it's dry, and then painting with dry brush or impasto, or what's the perfect term for that? Not perfect term. What's the term for it's for dry brush, it's scambling, and then I also glazing. So these are all the different techniques that I use in order to get to where I want to be, and it's not happening overnight. So stop watching and start doing, you know, and ideally work alongside with me. And if you have some questions, don't hesitate to ask. I'll try to answer as many as I can. Oh, that was a long introduction that was probably not even necessary, but since I like to talk a lot because I'm alone in the studio, I had to get it out of my system rather sooner than later, so you can skip and, you know, just watch it from this point. Yeah, let's get to this painting. I put it there on the easel today, and I looked at it, and I felt like, oh, this is not as bad as I thought it is. And then that was my first, whether you believe me or not, that was my first initial idea. Oh, well, I thought that it looked worse than I remembered it. And I felt for 3 seconds, I felt like, okay, I felt pleased with myself, so it's not in a bad shape. And then I, you know, started to analyze it, you know, with all the problems with the composition that I have, the flow, the movements, the position of the hands and limbs, and, you know, what to do in the background, the foreground, and so on and so forth. And suddenly I'm like, okay, well, the 3 seconds moment of pure happiness was amazing, and right now the work flooded my brain immediately. So that is very important, to just, you know, give yourself a break from it. Paint something that you like, so you keep that, you know, momentum of painting, being happy with what you do. And then, you know, when I'm happy painting this as well, but I put so much thought into this and so much effort that sometimes I feel that I'm not getting it back from the painting, and that might be really discouraging or detrimenting. What would be the word? No, probably discouraging or crushing, rather, right? Soul crushing. But, you know, I know that there's an end to this, and I have to push through. And whenever I feel that I don't have a right, I'm not in the right track, then I can rely to you know, the classical approach of painting that I was taught, and it's just, you know, it's always there in the back of my mind. Yeah. So I'm going to step back a little bit so I can see it in its entirety, and yeah. And first thing that really pops into my head is that, and I'm reading in the chat. Oh, that's great! Thank you. I am so humbled by this. This is awesome. If these things that I'm talking about are motivating, because that's what it is about. It's that, you know, that feeling of that you are here not alone with these difficult decisions, and the painting is difficult, I think, in terms of execution, because it's nothing that complicated. It's just the right color in the right place. That's the lesson of painting for you. So I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to share these information and thoughts, and you know, I'm happy that you are sharing them in the comments. So keep going with this, and it's definitely will get better. So yeah, what I wanted to say is that what I have a problem immediately right now, it's the portrait right here. It's not that it's necessarily wrong. It's just right now it's on the same plane. And when I say on the same plane compositionally, it has the same importance. So 1, 2, 3, and I want only these two be important. What are my options? Well, there's multiple ideas that I can imply, or there's multiple ideas that we can go through. First would be, okay, this is sticking out too much. Let's just, you know, put it into haze. Let's just paint it over a little bit to knock it down into background, which might be cool, and which might be actually very quick, satisfactory solution to this problem. But then, that's not necessarily what I want to do, because I don't want to make this less good. I want to do this better. So perhaps working on this phase, this portrait, and really bring it to a that kind of a you know, better quality, higher focus would definitely take away from that portrait in the background. So that might be one thing. Other thing is that right now compositionally I have 1, 2, 3 them, and they are isolated from the group in the background. So if I add these portraits right here, it can get really, again, you start looking at this as a whole, and then I can start bringing up these two forward. That might be another solution to this. And I think that that would be better. I think it would be better. It feels that might be a better approach to this. So yeah, probably let's look at what we can do with the background 3 figures or 3 portraits, 1, 2, 3, and then maybe I could do another painting, which would be just a cutout right here, and I could paint this group of 3, and then I could make another painting and do this group of 2. Or actually, that would be a group of 3, because I need to have them 1, 2, 3 with the. I don't know if you can see it in my sketch, because they're holding that icon there. So that could be another painting to consider, because I want to practice these portraits. I want to make sure that they really communicate well with the viewer, and then on the large canvas, which would be, you know, fairly wide. I think it's going to be 3.5 meters by 220. I'm not sure yet. Depends on how big canvas I can get. And then connect them as a mosaic on that a large canvas. Yeah. Let's see. Let's work on that a little bit. So I'm going to. Well, and the question is that, am I going to draw them there? Perhaps I could just draw them in and then paint over. Or am I going to start with the paint immediately? That's another good question. Probably I'll start with the paint immediately. Just for a, well, maybe not. Maybe yeah, maybe not. I don't know. No, I'll probably go with the paint immediately, because I already, you know, pre-draw the faces and the position where I want them to be. Then I need to add and adjust this a little bit, because it's too big. And I remember that I was pointing it out last time that it's way too big, the head. But you know, it didn't bother me. I just wanted to see some value there, or some resemblance of that portrait. I kind of like that the idea of having him this far into a painting, and then pushing this way more, these two guys way more forward with the detail. And then I think that he's in the really good stage. I don't think I'm going to touch this portrait. No, maybe a little bit, just a little adjustments to a little bit more of a clarity. and then this guy can go all the way into background. He can be, you know, purple as the mountains behind him. So I think that would be cool. But I won't be able to. I'm not. I won't be able to. I'm not. I won't be able to be sure. That's not even a question. It's not even a proper sentence. I doubt that I would be sure with only thinking about this. I have to put it down. And again, you know, you might think that, oh, I'm going to paint 8 hours a day. It's not about painting at 8 hours. It helps, definitely it helps, but then you have to make these crucial decisions, what not to paint and what to kind of isolate, or what would be a better word than isolate? Subtract, perhaps, from the painting, because it's the extra information that it's not helping, but quite contrary, it's actually making it way more confusing. The composition, the overall feel, overall knowledge. So, and I see compositional problem immediately with that. With this, I have like a continuous wave that goes right here. So I really have to deal with that. Yeah, and I don't know how I'm doing it all the time. So this is being repeated here, and it's kind of it's creating that kind of a boring, repetitive state, you know. So I need to change this as well. I have to figure something out there. Yeah, and then I remember that this painting was primarily done with blue and orange as the counterparts, and I was painting that painting for myself. I switched to a green and red. Maybe I can introduce the green and red into this right now to kind of, you know, create a little bit more interesting transitions between a foreground, middle ground, and background. Yeah, well, that might be something to consider. Even in your own work, you should be considering these things. Let me just make myself a tea real quick, and then I promise I'll get into a painting. And shut up. So I hope you're preparing your drawing and painting supplies, and if not, I assuming that you already have them ready. Let me just get a little bit more of water. So the glove is on. The glove is on. Okay, let me set up that. And I'm gonna check my digital files for this painting, for the portraits, for the clothes, for the anatomy, for the hands, because there's a lot of information that went into it, and I'm kind of trying to find that. And I'm wondering, should I just work on this guy right here and then move here, or start doing these and then adjusting? I'm probably going to start working on these guys. That trio right there, and I don't know if I have the sketches for that trio already. Because I had like the somewhere here, I'm pretty sure it was somewhere here. Well, we'll just, I will just freestyle it, just the fresh ideas, uncompromised. Yeah, let's freestyle it. Let's do a couple adjustments. It feels to me that this might be a little too long. I might shorten it. Well, we'll see. Okay, let's grab a yeah, this is my replacement for charcoal, and also replacement for a different mixture that I use, and that's ultramarine. I can just maybe mix them for you right here, ultramarine, and then ultramarine and sienna, which gives me a also dark, rich dark value. And you might be asking, like, why do you use the mixture to get dark? Well, that's a good question. Well, because I want to. No, it's because by mixing my own darks, I can control whether it's cooler or warmer. So I can create a monochromatic painting, which is not only black and white, or it's not true monochromatic, but I can vary the temperatures. And if you remember, I mentioned multiple times that you don't even remember that, you probably heard it in this stream as well, is that I like to go work cool, and then I like to work warm, and then cool, and warm, and cool, and warm, and vary these things. Same with my monochromatic studies that I did in the school. Even I really love to work with all three aspects of the paint, and that's whether it's warm or cool, whether it is impasto or glaze, or scambling, or whether it is a saturated or desaturated. So because then even monochromatic painting suddenly looks way more interesting and way more chromatic than you wish to. And I remember they were really mad at me in the school for that, because they were like, no, we told you, you're supposed to paint it monochromatically and opacally. That means that you chose one pigment and the white, and that's it. And I instead was working with transparencies. That means that I did not add white, but I just wiped out and I played with the whiteness of background. Similarly, that watercolorists would do. And then I would, at the end, I would bring some opaqueness, and then I would just, cover it again with one solid kind of a wash and paint it, and, wipe away certain areas and bring the whiteness into it at the end. And they were so mad. They were like, no, this is not how it's supposed to do it. Well, they're probably still mad about it. And if I show in the school, they're probably going to remind me that, oh, you didn't do what we told you to do. And it's not that I didn't do what they told me to do. I felt that that's not enough. I want to do more. I want to explore. And while you're studying, you should explore as much as you can, because that's what it is about. I know that you're worrying about the grades. I know that you're worrying about all kinds of stuff. But you know what? Trust me, you're going to be way more worried about these things when you're going to be alone in the studio. So maybe, and I know I said that I'm going to go with the paint immediately, but then I decided no, I want to test certain things. And the reason why I'm not going to paint there immediately, because I would like to keep some of this background here, because I kind of like that color. I like the value. And if I work if I'm going to work with charcoal, I can always wipe that away. So I already broke my promise, which you can see how fluid I want to be when I create. I don't want to be bound to, oh, you're supposed to do this, or you're supposed to do that, or you should do this and you shouldn't do that. I just want to really flow, because these are experiments. I want to experiment properly with these things. So, and it's because I saw some of my references, and then I just realized, oh, I can just create another person with that kind of a cap that front figure has. And I'm trying to see what the size, well, this is this big. Well, he's not that far. Oh, what's this size? So maybe I should push it a little higher. Maybe like so. It doesn't look that bad there. So let's not break this. So this is going to be head. This is this, and this is the person behind. I just don't know how am I going. Well, it doesn't matter. I was thinking about how am I going to deal with this person being all the way in the back and being so high. Well, he's standing on something. That's it. Why would I even? Oh, maybe I should. More like here, and then this is where his head is going to be. This size, so here's this, it's going up and the back. Yep. Sticking here. And it can go this direction, and then maybe I can make this. Well, what I'm doing right now, I'm designing a figure behind there. And I need to make sure that it does not stick out. No, well, it's not stick out. Well, I need to make sure that I am within a outside boundaries and the shape that I created here, because I like that the shape that's happening here. I have the variety. I have a straight line. I have two heads. Then I have a diagonal. Then I have one and two heads that are overlapping each other. Then I have a sum that it's on its own, and I like that variety within this, and I want to keep that variety. But you might remember that I wanted also to have a I want to have another shapes or another. Yes, that's a flat two-dimensional shape, but then a flat two-dimensional shape has completely different weight or presence rather than a three-dimensional shape, right? So it might have happened to you that you were kind of feeling that two-dimensional shape was right, right in terms of that it was proper size, and then when you paint it in into that flat shapes, things kind of changed. So I want to make sure that, and if he has, maybe I can create something in the back here. Well, that's not bad. So I'm trying to incorporate. I'm playing with, even though I already know that this is a three-dimensional shape, right now I'm looking at that as just a one continuous shape, and how can I link it to this another one that I have right here. What will be the cool thing? And what I'm also trying to show is that the cap that he has on, I want to replicate it here. And you might be like, oh, why did you choose to, you know, touch them like this? Well, I don't know. I'm experimenting. I don't know if it's the right way to do it. I'm just experimenting. And then what I'm trying to do here is that in one glance, in one visual cue, I want to give you a turnaround. So this is frontal and this is a side view. So you're immediately going to see the volume of this head right here against the volume of this head, and you're going to be associated them together. So you'll be like, oh, the stuff that he's wearing, it's what he's wearing as well, from a different angle. So you'll be like, oh, okay, that's what it is. And I'm not sure. I don't know if it's going to work or not, unless I'll put it there and I'll try it. So I'm going to try it. Do you want to stop me? Do you want to try to stop me? Well, go for it. Maybe I can push it a little bit more towards here. These kind of experiments takes the longest time to do. And imagine that I would do this right now with the brush. It would be messy. It would be a lot of wiping around, and I love to use charcoal for this particular reason. So this is the size of the head. Okay, cool. So I'm trying to progressively make the head smaller, right? So this is the smallest head. Right here, so it's yay big. This one is a little bigger, and this one is, again, tiniest smidge bigger. Probably I should. Well, if you think of this as a photograph, I don't think that you'd be able to see such a shifts in the sizes of a head on such a small distance. But I need to create that feel of a distance, and you know, I have only so many tools in my disposal when the figures are so close to each other, right? So I have to use every little one that I have, and I'm using right now that idea of perspective, that whatever is further away from me, it's smaller. Whatever is closer to me, it's bigger. This is where the eyes are going to be. might be asking, like, what are you doing with his eyes? I'm a kind of a classical approach, or classical canon, if you wish, is that pupils of your eyes are in the middle of the head. So I'm using that as my guide for proportions. There's going to be eyebrows right here. Well, that might work actually. I kind of like this. See? Having fun with exploration. Outside edge. And, you know, what is very helpful is that I have some knowledge about how to construct the face, how to construct the body, so I can work with limited references. And truth to be told, you can't actually see it, but I'll just bring it because it's right back here with me. I have a skull, so I use a skull reference to all my portraits. That's why they all look like skeleton people with a lot of these, strong cheekbones, because that's the model of the head that I use as a reference, and then also my face. So if you see a resemblance in all these figures with me, it's because I use myself constantly as a point of reference. I think this might work. I think this might work. I'm thinking that if I pushed it dark there, how would it be? So if this would be dark. Mirror check. I actually think it might work. I think it might work. I think it might be interesting. Or maybe I would just, and then I will dissolve it here into a background, so it does not protrude as much. Maybe this way rather. Yeah. I think this might work. I think this is going to be cool. I'll put him into a... Let's make this a little more up so he doesn't look that he's too much down this way. So I would connect these. I'm thinking what's the... Now what about this guy? Which direction he's going to look? I'll just show him a little eye there, maybe. Okay. And again, you know, over and over, same thing that I'm saying. This is all about the composition. So I'm thinking about the composition. I'm thinking about how is this going to help? Is this going to improve overall storytelling aspect, or is it going to destroy it? Are these design changes within a figures that I have there improving composition or making it more, or making it worse? This is his mouth, opening for the mouth. This is his beard. This is the eye. This is the eye. There's a nose right here. Tip of the nose. Yeah, that could be cool. And I can put him into a shadow and create a kind of nice Rembrandt-like shadows. A little bit right here, maybe here as well, to push it into a shadow. This could go into a shadow, it could be dark. Hold this part. So it kind of breaks that kind of wavy things going on. So he has a darker garment or darker clothes. We make this a little smaller here. A little thinner. Yeah, I think this might work. I think this is what could definitely help. It's just right now it feels that he's maybe I should show a little bit more of that face. Right, so I'll just open it a little wider, this. Open it a little wider. Push it even more into here. Perhaps this might work. I think I'm going to try to do this. So make him a little bit turn more towards us. Yeah, I think we're good here with this guy. Maybe they should go a little lower here. Let's try it. Well, you know, what's the worst thing that can happen? Well, I'm not going to like it, so I'm just going to scrape it and then cover it with that, you know, background color, or you know, like stain it, so it kind of again connects with that background. Nose slightly bigger, but I can correct these with the paint. Yeah. Okay, so I have an idea for this guy right here, right now. Maybe make this a little darker right here to see how it is going to work against this kind of a lost edge here. Well, I think this might work. Yeah, because I'm missing right now that in-between link, and in-between link, I mean that I have a portrait right here and I have a portrait right here, so I need to put something here. And I didn't want it to leave it by itself, because the distance from here to here is the same as distance from here to here. But right now these guys are like, they're working like one shape, which is kind of cool, which will definitely help. But I have to make sure that, you know, I will keep this. This shape. So maybe I'll leave this as it is and just, I won't show. Yeah, this is better right now. Yeah. Yeah. And I remember this guy. A little too fat. And I want to show them really kind of a skinny starving, rather than just, you know, full of energy, and that kind of a, you know, like a puffy cheeks. I want them to be on this voyage for a while, and that, you know, I want to show that that journey took it took a while, and it you know, since this is not a movie, I cannot show how far was it, how far they went. I have to show the, you know how your body and face and overall feel of that kind of hunch, and I don't know, that feeling of that you're tired after, I don't know, imagine 20 miles of you walking every day for a couple months by the time they get here. through the lens, they're occupied by different tribes, people speaking different languages. That must have been crazy to think of. So I want to show that wear and tear on body and clothes. Okay, I'm probably going to paint him in, since I already mixed the pigments for myself. I'm going to lift a little bit of that. A little bit of that charcoal so it doesn't. And this is where that, all that being not really good students come into play, because right now I can really have fun with just like a soft wash. Which I'm immediately going to paint over. It's not going to be like it's going to dry or anything like that. It's just, this is something that you can wipe off. This is just a placeholder. Maybe I can add, since this is I was thinking to add a little bit more of that redness there, but since he's in the back, I don't want to really go into a warm and cool. I want to keep everything cool and close to each other, the values. So maybe I'll just. I'm not doing anything else than exactly what I did with charcoal. I'm just trying to place the figure there. And right now, since I have a blue, if you would think of this as a small portrait, right, right here, I just toned in my canvas with a kind of a cool mid-tone. So the only thing that I have to do is to mix very simple mixture of a very simple mixture of red and yellow, or red and white and yellow and white, and you'll see how I can create a form just by just that translucency, and that face looks like a female face right now, and I wanted to have it like a male face, so I need to bring a little bit more of that masculine trait into it. Eyebrow. And you can still see me going back and forth, because it's very important to when I'm painting this, I'm still taking into consideration the whole painting, the overall composition. If it doesn't work as a whole composition, it makes no sense for me to putting anything else there. It simply doesn't. And if you really think that you can add more detail and make that painting better when the composition is wrong, then by all means be my guest and try and prove me wrong, because I have hundreds and hundreds, thousands upon thousands examples of that it works the other way around. Even though you can't paint very well, it's not that big of a problem as long as you know how to compose well. You're golden. So really pay attention to composition first before anything else, because that's going to save a lot of problems. Or save a lot of problems. That will make your art really good and stand out from others. So I'm looking at that shape and I'm analyzing it, and you can see me going back and forth. Because like I mentioned, if there's something that I feel it's wrong, it is 100% wrong. That's the only negative guidance that I work with. And same goes the other way around. If something, if you like something that you did, then that's it. It's right. So let me just right now start. Let me oil it in a little bit. So I'm just going to grab, I did not squeeze the paints. Squeeze the paints. English word I have to. should probably clean this shelf with paints here, because then I have a hard time to find certain pigments. Oh, come on, where are you? Gotcha. Gotcha. So yellow ochre and then a little bit of that. Bit of that vermilion. I love this pigment vermilion. That's just something that I used to use cadmium red light, and right now I use vermilion, and it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So let me see. Cool. So I'm just gonna add a little bit of yellow into it. A little bit of red, just a bit. Warm it up a little bit. And what's going to happen is this, I'm just going to place this here. And then use my finger, and you can see, no, probably you can't, but yeah, I can see it, how yellow pigment or yellow ochre mixed with white on the blue background, when you spread it and soften it and kind of, create that kind of soft transition with your finger, the blueness of the underpainting, it's going to kind of mix with the clean yellow color on top, and it's going to give you a green paint. And I didn't use any green, I just have a green paint because of that illusion that I'm working on. That's something to keep in mind and be aware of, because that's where the beauty of scambling really is. So I'm going to create these soft transitions for now, because I don't want to have any sharp edges there yet. And I know it might look weird at this stage, but this is the moment when your brain would start telling you, oh, this is wrong, this is something, it's not supposed to look like this. Well, you're absolutely right. It's not supposed to look like this, but you have to start somewhere you know. And this is where when I really, how would I put this? This is when I really think of, this is that mileage that you have, that it's going to help you. Because even though it doesn't look right at this very moment, I know for certain that if I keep going and if I keep continue working on this, it's going to get better. And if you don't have this, if you don't have that, you know, that mindset that, okay, I know it doesn't look perfect right now, especially if you want to paint the way I do right now, which is, I don't know how you would probably call it, indirect painting, maybe, perhaps. Okay, let me add a little bit of this into it. And you can see I'm going to work mostly with really, really warm pigments, only because that underpainting is really, really cold or blue. So I'm going to work with these reds and purples, and it's going to reds, and it's going to turn green. So. And that is exactly what I want. I don't want this portrait to stand out a lot. I want it to be buried in the background, right? So I'm trying to work with that transparency. And again, it's experiment. So if it's not going to work, that's okay. Softening these a little bit. Eyes, because they were just jumping too much because I put lighter value there. And it still looked like a female, and the reason is that all these transitions are soft. So this technique, if you really struggle with, you know, with that smoothness of skin, you might want to try this technique. It's not really a alla prima technique, obviously, but let me put a little bit of, I'm going to paint with my finger because it's something that I like to do with portraits, to paint with fingers. I just want to get rid of these dark shadows that I did with charcoal and replace them with the soft, kind of a neutral warmish neutral warmish tone, and the reason is that the darkness was jumping too much. This could go into, so I could create this little So before anything else, I'm just trying to create a shapes of a face that I would like to have there. And I know that he feels greenish, whatever, compared to everything around, but it's okay. This is just this is going to be just the first layer. I put down some paint. Push it here, and then maybe I can make it, what is the size of the head? Maybe I could make it a little bigger, maybe not. Let's see. So the reason why everything is so soft and unresolved is that right now what I'm looking at is that overall composition. You remember me talking about the details and yesterday or in the previous stream about that my fun project that I'm adding details into already existing composition, right? And I don't have a concrete idea about where I want to have this painting or where I want to have this face or how is he going to even look yet. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a generic face which then I can move freely without being afraid that, oh, I already rendered that beautiful face there and I can't move it right now. So you can see these are just the shapes, but already it's starting to look like a face. It has the shadows under the eye sockets. It has a lighter area of the nose, and it has the line for the mouth. But these are, you know, I spend really almost no effort to do these, and that's important because I don't want to really paint a lot a face in the place where it's not supposed to be, or in the place where it doesn't belong to. But I think that we're good here. I think that we're good. Maybe I should even stop working on it right now and move to another phase, but I still have a slight, maybe not. I'm still a little worried because what I want to do, and I'm looking into a mirror reflection, what I want to do for those of you who watched these streams, you know, a month ago, you remember telling me the progression of the movement of the composition on z-axis into a depth, right? So I want you to go from here back towards us right here. So the way that they are looking should guide you towards these two figures as well, if you find yourself there in the background, right? So I should probably put a little bit more details there, just to suggest the way that he's looking, or where is he looking, and then perhaps I will move to another portrait, which would be probably this guy right here, or this guy in the back right here. I'm not sure. It's not really. It's not really I haven't decided yet, so. And this should go a little bit more this cooler, kind of a charcoal, because I use a warmer value there, and I wanna keep the warm value for the shadows under their eye sockets. Maybe a little bit here. What to do here, I don't know yet. But I'll figure that out as we go. So the problem with these is that if you have faces that overlap, you run into a problem that you're going to be missing some features in order for you to, that will actually, let me rephrase this. If you have there a missing features, there is a difficulty that, well, for once you can hide certain parts, right, like a jaw or neck and so on and so forth, so you have a less work. But then you're going to double your work because you have to figure it out. How are they connected? So it doesn't look, so it looks correct. Anatomically correct. If you are aiming for that classical figurative art, right? So I don't see the jaw right here, but the problem is that his the back of the head, or top part of the head of the figure in the front, it's kind of lining exactly where the jaw could be. And that's right now, you remember, instead of having, I described this before, instead of having overlap, so one thing is in front of another, this way, one thing is in front of another, I have them next to each other. And that creates that flatness that I want to avoid if I work three-dimensionally and I want to show that z-axis. So there is a challenging part to this, these overlaps. let's see. Maybe we could give him a beard. Let's try that. Maybe we could give him a beard. So I could bring the darker value here. Underneath him. Which could kind of connect that. So again, these are all experiments. These are all experiments. And then if I give him a beard, he's going to look like a male instead of female. It's going to be undeniable. Connecting it together. So that's going to be the lit part. So I'm just bringing that lighter values more forward, and I'm trying to keep it in the same color palette than the rest of the faces, or to the background faces. So I'm going to introduce a little bit of blue. Might be a really dark valley. Okay. Cool. And this is a little softer right here. Nice. And then I want to show that this is where the nose is, the ridge of the nose. It goes down and then it's lighter here again. I think this is going to work. I'm surprised that it's working. I really am. Let me put a little bit more detail there. So I'm going to put a little bit more detail because I like the position. I want to lock it in, so I can judge that a little bit better. Because what I need to do is that I have this head, which is really a rough kind of a sketch for a portrait. There's going to be, couple small adjustments. Maybe put a little eye, little better define the shape of the eye sockets, and that's it. Maybe a little bit mouth, but that's probably it. And then I have this, which is kind of developed. So I have to fit this figure in between these two. So I want to know how much I need to push it before it turns into a, so there's going to be a nose right here, I think, nose right here. Make this little more. So I have a corner of the mouth, corner of the eye, one, corner of the eye, two, one, two. Eyelid and then brow ridge, brow. Then brow going here. Okay, so I'm adding just really a small amount of details. And I know that it's really difficult to see on that on the camera, but you know, these are just a really small adjustments. And then the shadow from the eye right here, the shadow from the eye right here. I want to make sure that he's looking towards a certain direction. Yep. So I have those, I have that kind of a, maybe I can make that cap a little smaller, maybe. So what if I just, it goes here, then down. This way I can wipe this off. And in this stage, I know that the portrait looks, excuse me, I'm gonna, excuse me. I'm gonna maybe open this a little bit more and maybe, push his eye a little bit more towards here. Nose right here. A little warmer. Around there. And in the cheeks. This is his forehead right here. It's going up. nose right there. I don't know, maybe the nose is a little too small. Let me see. What if I put a little lighter value right here, where the glabella is, right? No, I think it's cool. I think it's cool there. Let me adjust this a little bit. Let me put light value, dark value right here. And I'm just, I'm going through the checklist of what is beneficial for this painting and what isn't, or portrait rather. So I'm changing a little bit this design of that eye socket because it didn't, it looked too small. Yeah, it's better right now compared to what I need. And that beard at the end. Okay, cool. So let's get this darker value right here. So I'll see the outside edge of his face a little better. And this might look really weird on the screen. It's just kind of a patches of color there. But that's my map of things that I have to keep in mind when I paint. Not only keep in mind, but visually these cues. Would I call them cues? I don't even know how to call them, probably cues. What I'm trying to say is that I have these, thick or impasto brush strokes against that thinly spread translucent pigment. For a reason, these are my, what would be the, I don't even know how to, what would be the, what would be the proper, explanation. It's my wireframe, my color wireframe. Not only color, value wireframe, because I look at the value and the color like a unit. Soft edge. keeping everything very, very soft. There are no really harsh lines, maybe a little bit for the eyebrow, but most of this looks pretty bad right now. But it's okay, that's how it's supposed to be. Exactly what the glabella is. That's the anatomical landmark. And soften right here. Into that blue-green there. I think it's working. I think that it was a right decision to connect that figure there with that similar head. What would happen if I put a darker value there? Well, let's see. I'm just going to start with the little wash. This is right. This is the test. Well, I think it's going to work. Yeah. Well, I think it's going to work right now. We will see tomorrow if it's working or not. That should probably be that. That's going to be the test of whether or not is this working. And since I put the thin paint there, I can just simply this is where the light is going to be. Okay, I can soften this edge right here, right now. So I want to soften these edges because these are probably where the light would be hitting in most. So I'm creating that kind of a map for myself. So where is that? And you can see right now it's 1, 2, one next to another. And this guy probably looks most like me than anything else. Because, you know, I am really using myself as a reference. Let's put a little interest there into that. And then before any kind of like, you know, the division between dark and light and shadow, and, you know, we are outside and where is the light hitting from and so on and so forth. I'm just right now, I'm just trying to turn form before anything else. And I know that it's easier to just assign yourself a shadow and then work from there, but I want to use a shadow as a tool for the composition, not as a tool to describe volume of anything. that's what's in my head, and that's what I'm trying to prove in this painting to myself, that that's a valid way of thinking. And I'm not the one that invented it, you know. It's just when you look at work, I don't know, as the best example would be probably Caravaggio. There's no way that the candle should lit faces the way that he did it. He really strictly used a shadow as a tool for composition than anything else. It was first composition, and then he decides that, okay, so within this shadow shape, I need to put the figure there. So how am I going to do it? And then he did it. So you should think about it. Really, you should really, if any, and I'm always talking about the same thing all the time. If there is only one thing that you're going to take from this stream, is that a composition is above everything else, in my book. And it's always going to be. So I'm designing that cap or hat or whatever you want to call it that he has on his hat. And I need to make this a little lighter. Right here. So I will create a volume or feel that this is volumetric. So as it goes here, it's getting darker, but not into shadow. It's just getting darker into a halftone. And this is where I would switch from idea of tonalism into ideas of colorists, that I would just, you know, finish this edge, not necessarily with a darker value, but with a cooler tone, cooler pigment, and softer edge. So it kind of dissolves into background. Lost edge that's slowly going not even into cooler, into neutral. So I have yellow ochre. So yellow ochre, it would in this case would turn into that kind of a greenish hue. So I'm adding a little bit more orange into it, a little bit of that vermilion. So I have a orange pigment, and it's kind of counterintuitive to put the orange pigment there, because orange is on the color wheel the warmest, the brightest of the hues or pigments rather. But since I have a blue underpainting, softening it, it will create neutral color instead of green, because I don't want him to look sickly, greenish sickly. I want him to look natural. So I'm just, you know, by tapping that pigment all the way to that lost edge, it will shift from yellow to neutral gray. And that's what I want. It's not going to be blue, it's not going to be a gray, it's going to be that interplay of a pigment, there's something that is underneath against something that lies on top of it on some places, and then that optical illusion of a mixture between two pigments, simply just using primaries and secondaries rather than just full mixtures that you would do in that paint by number. So, oh, it's turning a little bit away from me, we'll change the value, and again, and change the value, and again, and change the value, and again, and change the value, and then you wanted to make it more smooth, mix the values, they are in between already placed values you have there. I know it's quite complicated to say, but if you think about it, that's basically what that is. Ooh, I like how ugly that face looks. It's perfect. It's just he's so ugly right now. I mean, this is just perfection of perfection of ugliness. because he really starting to look like me when I'm really tired and don't want to be seen by anyone. So that's basically what's happening here. Okay, so a little bit of that soft edge all the way into a background. Cool. And he's like peeking from behind, like he would like to be the number one guy, but he isn't. It's kind of plays into that it's like a juxtaposition between, that kind of a, because we're working with a religious it is kind of a religious subject in terms of that they were religious figures or monks, but they were still human. So I'm pretty sure that it was not all the time everything jolly good, and especially that, you know, when you walk a couple 100 miles or thousands even from point A to point B, I'm pretty sure that it was not everything about, oh, well, let's just walk and be friends. And I want to capture that humanity there because I believe that religious figures, monks, and priests later, they were humans first. So they thought with their own demons in terms of, you know, I want this, I want to be here, I want more for myself. I'm not saying that that's exactly what was happening, but I like to think that they struggle the same way that we struggle with making certain decisions. And the reason why I want to do it this way is that I want you to connect with these figures. I want you to think of them that they were like us, even though that they went or underwent such an arduous task as creating a letters or actually language. Well, not necessarily language, probably. They didn't create language, they created rules for the language. And okay, so I want him to This one is looking down this way. I want him to look a little bit more, and he's looking almost directly towards us. So this is the reason why I'm bringing this a little bit more. Why I'm giving it a little bit more detail than I should, just so I know the direction that he's looking, and whether or not that works. I have a feeling that I painted myself there. Oh, that's gonna be fun. I already know which of these figures am I the one that is like a jealous mammon driven, that wants to be the best, and it doesn't want to be in the background. He wants to be in the front. He's wearing the same cap and same clothes that the main figure. Well, there you go. There you go. Yeah, and he's a kind of a greenish, goblin-looking like fella. And this is actually, well, very good kind of a example of how many of classical painters are really character designers, because I am actually creating characters every day, but they're slightly different characters. Ooh. Slightly different characters. Okay, so I think I'm on the right track with this this figure right here, and it seems that it works. Let me see the background. Let me see the mirror reflection and compare it to background. Yeah, pretty good. So I have him, him, and him, and they create a kind of a swooping motion there, and then turning this way. Yeah, I think I'm very close to where I want it to be. It may be a little too much when it comes to a detail, but that's okay because I am pushing it a little bit more, and I'm going to probably work on these figures right here. These figures right here. Yeah, but I need to probably put some. It's getting really cold here, or maybe I'm just cold. I don't know. It was already below zero last night, or very close to zero in some places. So. Yeah, I think it's working. I would like to see what is my, oh, there it is. I was looking for my mirror. Because I wanted to look at it upside down. And you're going to be like, oh, what do you mean upside down? Well, check this out. That's why I told you that I have a lot of mirrors everywhere. First of all, because I like myself a lot. And the second reason is that I need them because this is what I do. Check this out. This is how I'm looking at that. And I see a mirror reflection mirror reflection that shows me that painting upside down. And I can again judge this painting from a different perspective, and I kind of like it. I like how it moves. I like how composition, not necessarily a painting itself, but the composition and the way how the figures moves, how they connect. And I think that it was a right decision to do this, to connect these two guys, because immediately it is. It's giving me a, and you don't need to actually use a mirror for this. When I was in the academy, I use a cell phone. You know, you just turn off the cell phone like this. Let me show you. Turn off the screen of your cell phone, and you could see me do this all the time when I was in the school. So not only I was checking my painting, but I was checking the model that I was looking at upside down, and especially with a canvas this size, I think it's necessary to do so because it's very difficult for me to go all the time to do it upside down. If I have something smaller that I'm working on, you know, when I'm outside or anything like that, I can always take that a little panel and just put it upside down, and I can look at it upside down like so. It's very easy. I can put it on the side or this side, and I can judge the composition. If there is something this big, well, it is possible, but it takes a little bit more time, a little bit more effort. And if you are in, you know, you have brushes in one hand, and you know you have some thoughts that you want to quickly put down, it's kind of breaking that rhythm of painting, to put everything down, then put it upside down, then step back from it, and then paint it. But you know, you can see me paint with my painting upside down, because I don't really care about, and this is something very important, these all are abstract shapes that when you put them together, it looks like a figure, right? So I can paint it upside down as long as I have a correct shape. So, you know, when you start thinking about everything that you look at as an abstract shapes that when you put them together, they create something recognizable. That's the moment when you don't care about which position the canvas is. Yep. So I have a couple other ideas for these figures in the background, and maybe I could push this a little bit since I want to keep them connected. Well, maybe. Well, I don't know. Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But the more information I put into this, the closer I'm getting to that enclosed circle that I was talking about, a philosophical idea, right, of the enclosed circle. Yeah. Just give me a second. I'm gonna make myself a tea, and I'll be right back. So I took a short break because even my eyes need to kind of relax a little bit, because I'm too focused, too involved in that painting process, and it happens to me all the time that I just kind of, you know, as I mentioned at the beginning, I'm kind of zoom in, and that's just that's not really it doesn't have it's counterproductive, right? So I needed to step back a little bit, and plus it's getting really chilly here in my studio, which is great for working faster and more efficient, but it's slightly uncomfortable. Slightly uncomfortable. So I made myself a warm beverage. Yeah. One of the things that you should do as well is to step back from your work. Use that, you know, use a mirror, looking at that in the mirror, whether it's going to be mirror reflection like so, right? So I'm seeing my painting in the through a different lens. Let's put it this way, I'm seeing it through the different lens. For those of you who work digitally, it's very easy. Just flip it. Flip it through the horizontal axis or vertical axis, and that's just the best way to do. Also, another good trick is to make it as small as possible. So you would see only the main things in the composition. For me, I like to squint really hard to see where the dark shapes are versus the light shapes. And that's not necessarily a dark against light. That's something slightly different, because sometimes your half tone can really be part of the shadow. This is really just a kind of a graphic kind of a feel, graphic thing or graphic idea to think about your painting. So I'm trying to flatten that image by just really squinting really hard, and then it kind of bonds together. Everything gets simpler to the point that when you're really squinting for a while, it's going to set a certain. It starts that it hurts at the beginning, and then as you have that eyes really squinting, that it just suddenly just sits into its place, and you'll be able to see a shadow or a dark shape against the light shape, which is really cool when you're trying to simplify things. And for those of you who use glasses, just, you know, take down the glasses, and you just you have like a perfect way of just. And I saw this in the academy. Students just lifting their glasses up and down all the time. It's just such a quick and easy way to do it, to the point that I was jealous that, you know, I have to squint, and your eyes really hurt. So, but then that's just a really stupid thing to do, to envy someone for just having a problem with the vision. So I'm happy right now that for now I have to knock on the wood. My vision is quite okay considering my age. So I'm still squinting. And then another thing is, you can just, you know, take a picture of it and run it through zillions of filters that right now the digital media run it through the digital software with the filters. That there's plenty of them. So yeah, right now the only problem that I have, well, problem, that's probably not the right term. The only concern of mine, or the visual misunderstanding is that right now he looks like this is part of him, the shoulder. And I don't know if it's good or bad, that kind of a visual play. I'm thinking. I really don't know. So maybe, and that's something that I just realized only because I was feeling, because I was looking at it and I did not pay attention to that painting fully as a whole, rather than just little bits and pieces. And another question that I have for myself when I was composing this is that I have this person looking at me, I have this person looking at me. Am I going to have this person as well looking at me? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I do not know about that. Let me just first the glove on. Just mix a little bit more of this gray. Put a little bit of this really blue red. Okay, because this head is way too big. This one right here, so I want to correct it. But I want to keep it higher up here because of the outside edge, but I just wanted to make it smaller, so. Just gonna put this a little higher up. And a little bit of this warmth. Okay, I need to make it a little smaller. And they look generic, as generic as they possibly can, but that's okay because let me make it a little lighter. Because right now what I'm focusing on, it's not exactness within them, but rather just a, okay, that's better. That's just that. quickly just changing the position, and you can see how quickly I can move these things around when they are undefined, right? So I just changed that, changed the size of the head, and I think this right now it works better. No, I don't think it works better. It's just it bothers me less. Let's put it that way. That's let me do the little shadow shapes there. Okay, cool. So I quickly moved that head, or made that head a little smaller, and it took me what, 30, 40, 50 minutes, 5 minutes? Okay, let's say 5 minutes. And it's that easy. If you keep things relatively soft, then you have a lot of leeway to move things around as you please. So. I just add a little bit of that glabella there, and we're good. I'm not even going to paint mouth and anything like that there. So right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heads down, and I wanted to move towards these 2 heads, but I would like to probably work on this one a little bit more that I started, so I can bring it up to up to the point that I like how it looks, because right now it's really just a rough, generic kind of face. And maybe I should use some helps. Some anatomy references and what would be the I'm looking for some references what I'm trying to find right now is that I don't even know how it's called, but that cap that he has on his head. So or they have on their heads, because I have two of them. Maybe I will add another one. I don't know. Or maybe some of them. Well, I already thought of having them put them the hoodies on, right? Because the monks, they have the habits, that kind of or costumes. I don't know what's the exact name for that. Hmm. Well, maybe I can just continue and paint myself there. That will be probably the easiest way to approach this. I might actually just do that. If I push it a little bit more here and show a little bit, because I have to do something with that. Well, maybe I don't need to do anything about that. Maybe I don't. Let me maybe continue painting that that portrait a little bit more. Let's define it a little bit more. I think that's the best way for me to approach this right now. Yeah, let me define that a little bit more. I needed to open the face a little bit more because I want to show that three-dimensional kind of a feel to it, and well, I want to show three-dimensional feel. That's not even a proper sentence, probably. I want to keep that idea of the face, even though it's in the background, and the values are close to each other. It's a rounded shape, rounded form, the head, particularly, right? So, and if I just cut it right here, it's very difficult to show that turn of the form on such a flat, let's say relatively flat compared to the head, like a forehead. It feels, it felt very flat to me. So I decided to, let me grab black, white, a little bit more black, kind of a mid-tone, a little lighter, and a touch of that. So I have a forehead there. It's almost as big as my forehead, so that's good. That's a good sign. Okay. Cool. So what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to model the form of a forehead, just a little bit, not completely. I'm not going into a crazy, full-blown portrait mode because I don't want to focus on the portrait. I want to focus on composition, whether or not it works compositionally. And I'm going to add a little bit more detail on the forehead and area of eyes, just because I want that lower part of his face blend with the background a little bit more, so that optical illusion that I'm trying to create is it's helping push this forward and keep him as a background, right? So I'm going to add, of course, more detail into this head, more detail into his face, and this is going to be way softer, almost like there is a fog around his lower part, and then I'm going to bring attention to the eyes. So you're naturally going to go, oh, this is the face, then I'm going into the depth because it's pushing me there, and then again step, and then I'm going to step you, oh, there are eyes, and then again go into the background, right? So I want to create that kind of a motion into a space behind them, and it's starting to work a little better right now. And I know that I was missing something there. And I didn't even know that I was missing a portrait. Well, I'm just I'm just having fun. And it's all because, again, all this is happening because I painted that night that I really enjoyed. It was fun. But I'm still going to work on it. But right now, I need to again maybe have a little bit of rest from that painting and work on this one a little bit before I will work on that another project. So let's work on a little refinement. I think this could go lighter here with a softer transition into the half tone, into a shadow, kind of a lost edge there. Oops. And he even looked a little sickly. I don't know why. It's probably because it's a because I'm thinking about him as a negative character there, like a negative. I wouldn't say negative, but you know, like from that position where he's standing, and then the expression of his face that I accidentally put there. Not even, you know, it was just a kind of like a subconscious thought. I gave him that kind of a vibe, and right now everything that I'm painting there, it's in that kind of a idea. And it's not that I don't like it. It's just it's interesting to see how my subconscious dictates how is he going to look. And I'm applying that paint with a certain, I don't know how would you call this kind of technique. I don't really mix it. You can see it on the palette. It's just I know that I want to create something that it's monochromatic, no monochromatic, little chromatic, the kind of a green, but I still want it to be not kind of a that color, like a really desaturated. So I am, to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So I know that in order for me to paint or mix that color, I need white, I need yellow, and I need a little bit of black, right? Because black is going to, the black mixed with white, it's going to turn blue, blue plus yellow, it's green, right? But mixing it together is going to be like this kind of a dead, kind of a neutral color. But if I take on my brush little pieces of every of that color, they're going to mix together. It's going to be optical illusion. So you're going to, your eye is going to read yellow, blue, and white next to each other in such a such a short they're going to be so close to each other, so it's going to create that pointillist optical illusion. Plus, they already exist in paint on the canvas. So, and the same goes. I want a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of the redness, right? So instead of mixing them, I'm giving them a chance to live next to each other, which will create those happy accidents, hopefully. And if not, I can scrape it or repaint it or do whatever I want with it. That's like a little advanced technique, because you have to trust you have to trust that you know what kind of pigments you have on that brush. And that's probably the for me, me personally, I think that's my favorite way to paint. You just have to be ready that you're going to waste a lot of paint. So. Because almost every brushstroke you can use only once. Okay, so this is where is he going to be? Where is my mirror? Cool. Yeah, that's what I was missing. Okay. I think it's in the right position right now, compositionally, the way that I wanted to. I think that they are nicely kind of play these two heads together, because I have a one that is going this direction, another one that is going this direction. So that's pretty cool. I kind of like that implied lines. Yeah. Yep. and he kind of melts with the background as well. It's like very little detail there, so maybe I can soften these a little more. This. Into a background. So you can still see it, but the transition between his cap and a so what I'm trying to do is kind of dissolve that into background, right? Almost to the point that you can't really say where his cap ends and where the background starts. And the reason why I'm doing it is because, again, atmospheric perspective, everything that it's in the background, I want to have a soft edges. There is no need for hard edges there. I'm going to reserve hard edges for the area that I want you to focus on. There will probably be only on him, probably only areas of cheekbones on him, because they're protruding the most towards us from that background. Maybe nose, but that's a little too on the nose, no pun intended. Let me just make this little adjustments right here. Where's my red? A little too dark, a little too red, a little too light. This is what I need exactly, that's the one. Yep. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Into background, okay, cool. And right now I'm going to give him a little red nose. The red nose, so it's going to work really nice against that against the desaturated color. So I have a desaturated. Well, let me start. I have a neutral bluish, grayish bluish background. That would be this. Then I have a darker value for the shadow that's going to be here. I have a neutral skin tone, low chroma, against the same value on the nose, but high chroma, warmer tone. So I am using everything that it's in my everything I can to make it go into background and create those steps in terms of atmospheric perspective. So everything that is away from me, it's cooler. Everything that is closer to me, it's warmer. Everything that's further away from me has softer edges. I have almost lost edges here because I want you to just kind of, it kind of emerges from that Caravaggio's darkness, except I'm not using darkness right now, I'm using light values, and I'm keeping them very close to each other and really, really soft edges, which will help that feeling of that something is three-dimensional against something very flat. So as it is right now, the background is flat, which is cool. I mean, it's great that it's the background. It's a flat, because then I can bring him from out of a background. With very little effort. Okay, I need to work on that eye sockets and eyes a little bit because they are a little too clunky and generic. So I'm again going to use everything that is in my that my skill allows me to create softer transitions, softer edges, even though it just, you know, I'm thinking that no, that those are eyes, they should be really, you know, center of a focal point of the face. They need to be developed, they need to be really like sharp looking. Well, not necessarily, because, you know, I have my Rembrandt right here and there is no sharpness there. There's no sharpness there, almost zero, maybe just a little highlight that he puts there, but these are really soft transitions. The eye sockets and the eyes itself, they're really soft. And I think the reason why they're soft is that, and they works, it's because my brain is filling up these gaps for me. Or for him, for Rembrandt, for that painting. Which is genius, I think. That's just you know, composition on steroids. Because Rembrandt probably, I don't know if he understood that he's doing it. Probably understood he was doing it. Probably he was even you know, even more annoying about that, and probably he was thinking to himself. I'd like to think that he was thinking to himself that why should I do all the work? Let them do the work. Let them to look at my paintings and just, you know. why should they just come and look at my awesome paintings and just, you know, accept that I am a great painter? Let me show them how to be part of that painting. And I think this is part of the genius in the Rembrandt. And it's not only him, but it's so easy to see in his paintings throughout his life, because I'm really painting myself right now. Can't help myself. Because so many portraits that he actually did. And I talked about this previously. He had his beautiful, you know, peak Rembrandt portraits, when they were, you know, like elaborate with a lot of cool stuff. He really knew how to paint the textures and different materials and show them in the painting. And then later, when he was really old and annoyed with the whole world, probably, and not annoyed, I think he was in pain. It had to be painful, everything that he went through. So then when you really see Rembrandt being, okay guys, I'm done with this. I'm not going to, you know, cater to everything that you ask me to do or expect me to do. I'm just going to paint the way, not necessarily maybe I want, but perhaps that I want you to look at my painting this way. So I'm adding just a little bit of details, really just a touch, and I need to soften that this eye right here. So I'm just going to tap that because it's sticking out too much, and it's kind of breaking that idea of this is the focal area, right? So it's the most defined, and everything that goes away should be softer, right? So I'm just going to make it softer to the point that you can barely see it. It's almost like he has no eye. And again, that's something that I saw in the Rembrandt's paintings. So if you feel that, you know, you're stuck, if you feel that, you know, you're not improving, if you feel that you're wasting time, I don't know, studying something in the school, if you think that you're wasting time, just, you know, with then I'll just cool, and maybe just a little bit I'll push it. A little lighter here. Awesome, so I'll just soften it and it will disappear into background. So I think that it's better to, it was a good decision to finish this little portrait there. It's not finished, but you know, get it a little bit more where I want it to be in terms of it might be a little too, maybe not, I don't know. Well, never mind. I want to talk to you a little bit about what I just started, the thought about you feeling slightly unhappy with where you're at, or the school, or the money that you are supposedly wasting for the education. I don't think that that's true. I think that every teacher or every painter or every artist or anybody for that matter has at least one thing they can teach you, and that's why you should really pay attention to what other artists are talking about, or your masters in your ateliers, or your classmates for that matter, if you're in the studio, and if you're in the studio set up with a lot of other students at universities, or the high schools, art high schools. So, and if you cannot afford to go to any college or any university or anything like this, but you still want to paint, there is a Rembrandt that can teach you a lot by just studying what he's doing. And it doesn't need to be Rembrandt, it can be Titian. For me, it was Titian, Rembrandt, Velasquez, Caravaggio, from that, the old school guys. And before, I adored Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. And right now I'm in the point that, I kind of, I went to all the new artists. I went through, like I said, that Da Vinci, all the way to Andrew Wyeth, right? And then right now I'm returning back to Rembrandt, because everything that Andrew Wyeth is doing, everything that other artists are doing, you can probably find somewhere in some parts or some fragments of Rembrandt, whether it's a brush handling, paint handling, textures, colors, values, compositions, edges, I don't know, and list goes on and on. Rembrandt probably at least tried it or attempted to do it, and that's why I put him at that, the very top spot with Velasquez and Titian, Caravaggio, and the others. And I talked that much about him because really he has so many things that can give you just by trying to understand what he was looking at and how he translated that information that he saw onto a canvas. Well, that was almost that was a really difficult sentence to put together, but that will be probably a lesson for today, that was very important, and it was very eye-opening for me, and I can, you know, I can talk about this, and my masters or the people that I work with or studied with, they were talking about this all the time. Unfortunately, I was not able to understand what they're talking about. So if you think that that's not working for you, continue with the painting, continue with what you're doing, with creating, and then maybe further down on that line, on that path, you'll be like, oh, that's what he was talking about. And it happens to me. I'm thinking about the amount of information that I received 10 years ago from my masters, from the atelier, from the studios where I used to study. It's just it was not registering. I did not have enough information in order to understand what they're talking about, and they were not capable of describing this by words. On my website, you can definitely read about this idea of that. Most of these questions that we have about painting, about composition, most of them are theoretical, philosophical almost. A problem is that answers are in practical application of a paint, of a canvas. So no matter what information I'll give you or I tell you, unless you try and fail and try and succeed, you won't be able to you won't be able to improve. So look at how many fails I did today, look at how many good things I did today, and you know, count it and weigh down, and you'll see. And the same goes for a previous painting. There's so many things that I missed, so many things that I judged, that I rushed with the judgment and I made mistakes. Well, so be it, you know, it's a canvas. This is a really rough, heavy canvas. I use oil paint. It can take a lot of paint, so you can always repaint it. And trust me, whenever you're going to paint another layer, another layer, even though it doesn't seem that way, it's going to be better. That's just the natural things. I don't know why we don't think that way about painting, because we think that way about exercising, right? The more you exercise, the better your muscles are going to be. Painting is just a muscle memory, right? So I'm painting, and then suddenly, oh, I don't need to think about the paint anymore. I can think about how to manipulate that paint to create and communicate certain ideas with the viewers. So that's all that it's to the painting, right? So I hope to see you again. Well, I'm kind of, let me start over again. I hope to see you again. I hope that you enjoyed that painting session that we had together. I hope that you painted alongside with me, and I'll be here tomorrow. So I'll see you later. Take care. Bye.